JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Matazone HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA men's basketball. Live from the JMU Convocation Center as the reigning Colonial Athletic Association champion Dukes of James Madison open up their 2013-14 home schedule by hosting the Detroit Titans from the Horizon League. Tonight's game is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. A very pleasant good evening, everyone. I'm Kurt Dudley, joined courtside here with Houston Stutz. Tanisha Watkins will also be with us here this evening. And welcome to this evening's coverage on Matazone HD Sportsnet. James Madison and Detroit met in a bracket buster game in February of 2012, and the host Titans came away with an 82-70 victory on the Dick Vitale Court in Callahan Hall. Much has happened since that meeting and tonight's return date. The Titans went 20-13 last year, finishing second in the Horizon League. The Dukes were 21-15 a year ago and, of course, won the CA title. The cast for both teams has changed dramatically, Houston, but if this weekend's success is any indication, well, the blend of the new Dukes is forming rather well.
Well, Kurt, the Dukes were very successful this weekend after opening the season with a loss at Charlottesville, 61-41 against UVA. JMU went 2-1 in 3 games in 3 days at NIU. And by the way, tonight is the 4th game in 5 days. The Dukes started the weekend with a 60-55 victory over the host Northern Illinois on Friday. Ryan Curry led JMU that night with a career-high 19 points. On Saturday, though, the going was a bit tougher as JMU fell 77-66 to Milwaukee, who was picked to finish last behind Detroit in the Horizon League. Then on Sunday, the Dukes got back to winning ways with a 79-66 win over San Jose State to improve to 2-2 on the young season. Taylor Bessick led JMU in the scoring column with 19, while Tom Vodanovich and Charles Cook added 15 each. Ryan Curry and Andre Simonov also were able to represent James Madison on the NIU All-Tournament team this past weekend. The biggest positive, though, that can be taken away from this weekend is that the Dukes were able to score points and shoot the ball a lot better. JMU had Curry, Cook, Simonov, and Bessick averaging double digits, and Jackson Kent averaged just over 9.
Very balanced scoring. The Dukes in their 4 games thus far this season have had 4 players to lead them in scoring as they are coming down on the Convocation Center floor for the first time as the reigning champions of the Colonial Athletic Association. First time since 1994, we can say that here at James Madison as Ron Curry leads what is now his team as the ball, of course, has been handed over to him from Devon Moore, who's now playing professionally overseas. In fact, all the Dukes that were with them last year, all those seniors are now playing professionally. Of course, Charles Cook has a stake in this team as well. And the senior-most member is Andre Simonov, and Simonov again making the all-tournament team. Well, the Detroit Titans, they've had an interesting start as well. It's a little difficult to gauge them because of their schedule thus far. Like JMU, the Titans played a top 25 team early this season. In fact, that was their most recent outing, and they were handed the ball pretty easily, 101-55 to the then 19th-ranked Connecticut Huskies, of course, out of the America Athletic Conference now. And they do have a win over South Alabama. That would be considered a very nice victory at 74-58. Their other victory came over University of Michigan Dearborn, which I believe is a Division II program, but quite honestly, I didn't get a chance to research that, but not a Division I program. University Dearborn, 106-51 was that final. They're going to unveil the banners here this evening, so let's join as the Dukes are at center court. Fans are standing here as Jack Kavanaugh, the longtime public address announcer here at JMU, is making this announcement as they will unveil the CAA as well as the NCAA banner. Dukes picked up a tournament win over Long Island University, of course, and then fell to one of the top-seeded teams, the Indiana Hoosiers. And now they're getting ready to unveil just over our right shoulder.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your JMU Dukes.
Good crowd of students on hand here at the Convocation Center as well. I understand that there was a nice crowd about 5:30 gathering outside, even earlier than that, for the Student Duke Club to come in as they're trying to revive the Electric Zoo as well. And there is already a little bit of electricity in the stands here tonight. One of the best student crowds we've seen in quite some time. And that's where this energy comes from here at the Convocation Center. And that's what Coach Matt Brady wants. He knows you've got to win, but he also knows that the students need to show up to help the Dukes win and have that home court advantage. You're a student. Your thoughts on that, Houston?
Yeah, of course. I'm a student, and when I wasn't helping you, of course, Kurt, I was here at every game. I had to be. I love the atmosphere. I love college basketball, and I feel like it's contagious. If you can get one student in here and they bring their friend, it kind of catches on because it's a blast. I don't know how you wouldn't want to support your school. In a really good atmosphere, small Convocation Center. It can get awfully loud. So nothing better to do on a weeknight than go watch some good college basketball, and especially with the Dukes team that have a lot of talent and places they can go.
And this team, as you will see, is represented not only across the United States but also across the globe. And we'll continue on with that theme all season long, I'm sure. Ray McCullum's in his 6th season with the Detroit Titans. Of course, you mentioned that, or I mentioned in the open about how the Dukes played on the Dick Vitale court. It was where Dick Vitale at one time coached. It's kind of neat last 2 years ago to go up to Detroit and see that facility as sort of like, going to the Palestra. Maybe it doesn't have quite that luster of the Palestra in Philadelphia, but just to go in where Dick Vitale, of course, everybody knows Dickie V. If you know college basketball, or even if you don't know college basketball, you know Dickie V and the energy that he certainly brings to ball games, like it or not. He's going to bring plenty of energy for you.
Well, to keep Detroit fans happy tonight, I feel like we have to throw some Dickie V insertions into the broadcast at some point.
I tell you what, I will let you do that, baby. How about it? Okay.
It's awesome, baby, with a capital A.
There you go. So we'll hope to keep you entertained here this evening, here on Madazone HD Sportsnet. Again, I want to thank the Alumni Association of James Madison for providing the free coverage here on Madazone HD Sportsnet all season long. Start wearing purple. That's what they're doing here. The pep band, of course, is getting things fired up at the Convocation Center as well. The Dukes with a very short home schedule this year. In fact, this is the first. If you miss tonight's game, you've already missed 10% of it. Only 10 home games this year, but we do anticipate a lot of home games next season in return. And, of course, the Dukes packing in this 4th game in 5 dates here tonight. Talked about Dick Vitale, of course, and his association with the Detroit Titan program. Well, how about Jawan Howard? No, not the big guy, but the little big guy, Jawan Howard Jr., the name that leads this team out of Pershing High School there in Detroit. Started his career at Western Michigan, comes in with some very good numbers, 18 points and 9 rebounds per game. It'll be exciting to watch this young man play here tonight.
Again, you mentioned Jawan Howard. You look at his numbers, like you said, 18 points per game, 9 rebounds, and then you look at the rest of their starting 5. He's the only starter that is in double digits. So the Dukes, obviously, they're going to have to focus on shutting down Jawan Howard if they want to be successful in the Convocation Center tonight and come out with their first victory over the Detroit Titans.
From the Dukes' perspective and from Coach Brady's perspective, as we talked to him on Monday during our weekly Fan and Press Luncheon at O'Neill's Grill here in Harrisonburg, he said that he likes the shots the Dukes are getting. They're getting some. They're creating some open shots, and in a couple of games, some of them were not falling, particularly to start the second half. And there you see Jawan Howard Jr. His percentages are good as well, 42% from the field, and those are his numbers from a year ago. So he has made great strides early in this new season. And the horn sounds, and the crowd will stand here this evening as we do Honor America, as the pep band will be playing our national anthem here from the JMU Convocation Center. It's the Detroit Titans and the Dukes of James Madison here this evening on Madison HD Sportsnet. Kurt Dudley and Houston Stutz along with you tonight. And Jack Cavanaugh about to introduce the starting lineups for the crowd here. And Houston Stutz about to introduce the starting lineups for you out there on Madison. Houston.
Starting at guard will be number 2, 6'6", 210-pound junior, Jawan Howard Jr. Also starting for the Detroit Titans will be number 33, Evan Bruins, 6'8", 214-pound senior. Ugo Chuko Najoku, 6'10", 220-pound senior from Lagos, Nigeria. Jared Williams, 6'2", 168 freshman from Danville, Virginia. And wearing number 11. And wearing number 23 be Carlton Brundage, 6'3", redshirt sophomore from Southfield, Michigan.
And once again, Ray McCullum, the head coach in his 6th season, a 1983 graduate of Ball State. Assistant coach is Jay Smith, also in his 6th season from Saginaw Valley State. Assistant coach is Ernie Ziegler, first season from Clary College. And assistant coach Steve Payne in his first season as well, also a Ball State graduate. And now for the Dukes of JMU. Once again, here's Houston.
Wearing number 11, 6'7", 200-pound graduate student from St. Petersburg, Russia, Andrei Simonov. Starting at forward, wearing number 13, a 6'8", 220-pound freshman from Wellington, New Zealand, Tom Vodanovich. Starting at center, wearing number 22, a 6'9", 240-pound sophomore from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Taylor Bessick. Playing guard tonight, wearing the number 2 in white, 6'4", 190-pound sophomore from Pennsauken, New Jersey, Ron Curry. And starting at guard, wearing the number 4, 6'6", 190-pound sophomore from Trenton, New Jersey, Charles Cook.
Matt Brady in his 6th season at the helm here, the 1987 graduate of Siena, where he was a point guard, associate head coach Rob O'Driscoll. Also in his 6th season, a 94 graduate of Villanova. In his 2nd year, Mike Dean from Potsdam State, 1974, and Bill Phillips from St. Joe's in 02. He's in his 3rd season with the Dukes. And operations director in his 1st season, Rob Summers from West Virginia at 07. And let's give credit to graduate assistant Sam Dow, graduated from the Dukes of James Madison in 2012. Your officials for tonight's game are Bert Smith, Mark Schnur, and Jerry Heater. And there you see some of the key numbers going into tonight's ball game. The Titans putting a few more points up on the board, and those numbers were skewed a little bit. Actually, you can probably take the UConn game out and their Michigan Dearborn game out. They're kind of a scratch. They kind of balance it out a bit. You see the Dukes field goal percentage a little better. Free throw percentage down for the Dukes somewhat. And the scoring margins are pretty close as well. It'll be Taylor Bessick jumping up. Najoku on the tap for the Detroit Titans, and the Dukes win the opening tap. Vodanovich comes down with it, and here's Ron Curry directing the Dukes offense in his sophomore season out of Paul VI High School, the same high school that Coach Matt Brady played for. Andrei Simonov up and under the move and lays it in.
Good move by Andrei Simonov. They get him active very early on. He's going to be a key for the Dukes all season long.
The Dukes looking at the 3-2 zone. You'll see that quite a bit this year. The one thing they do want to consider is not allowing much penetration, but with the length the Dukes have, with so many players at 6'4" to 6'8" range, you're going to see them play quite a bit of zone this season. And it's going to force some three-point shots that some teams don't want to take. There's some penetration, and it's going to go off the hands of Bruinsma and out of bounds, the first turnover of the night as the zone defense. They did get some penetration on the bounce pass, just did not finish. So 2-0 Dukes in the early going. Curry once again bringing it up. He's being harassed by Brundage. Curry takes it all the way to the hole, and it's going to be an and one for Curry.
That's one thing we didn't see in his exhibition performance here or at Charlottesville, penetrating and driving to the hole. It's one thing Devon Moore did really well, and it's one thing that Ron Curry is really starting to pick up on.
Curry did drive to the hole pretty good during at least one of the 3 games this past weekend, as that foul was called against Njoku, his first, team first, and the 3-point play converted by Ron Curry, and the Dukes have the early 5-0 lead. Brundage will bring it up, 6'3" out of Southfield, Michigan, Southfield High School. He leaves it for Bruinsma. Williams, he'll try to penetrate. The Dukes close that gap. Here's a 3-point try. Weak side rebound comes down to Curry. Curry looking up the floor. The Dukes will run if they can. And good ball perimeter movement for the Dukes thus far this season as well. Curry comes out to meet that pass. Bogdanovich with 11 points in his debut against Virginia. And that was a week ago this past Friday. Shot clock is down to 10. And the crowd will count it down. Curry looking for the one-on-one, pulls up. That's a 3-pointer off the rim. And over the back, Bogdanovich will get whistled for the foul.
Again, Bogdanovich did not have position there. Just kind of went up trying to tap it in. Good job on the Detroit defender. Couldn't tell who that was. But got position and boxed out and made the initial contact.
Matt Brady with 90 wins and 84 losses in his 6 seasons at JMU, 163 and 134. That includes his 4 years at Marist. There's another bounce pass inside, and it results in yet another turnover for the Dukes. Seminoff coming away with it. Curry to Seminoff. He gets it down low. Taylor Bessick. Bessick will get a chance to go to the free throw line as the blocking foul will go against Detroit. I believe he's going to go to the line. Let's wait and see. Yes, he will. He'll get a chance to shoot 2 as Gerard Williams, who may have been wearing the purple and gold for the Dukes, but instead elected to go to Detroit. He was recruited to come here. Taylor Bessick at the line. In and out.
From down in Danville, Virginia, went to George Washington High School, same high school my dad went to, and he was a chap.
I think Pete Johnson went there too.
Pete Johnson as well.
And 1 out of 2 for Taylor Bessick, and the Dukes with a 6-0 lead. Brundage, he'll take a 3-pointer. Uncontested was that one, and he's going to hit it. And he does put the Titans on the board with his first 3-pointer on 9 tries this season. 6-3. Dukes, Curry kicks it out. Seminoff from the corner. Rolls it in.
Seminoff answers with a big 3 of his own. So he cancels it right out. Now JMU's ready to get back on the defensive side of the ball.
Seminoff with his 6th 3-pointer in 21 tries, and we get a foul called against Detroit. This one's on Patrick Owenu. His first, team foul number 3 against the Titans. You see for the first time also the new floor here at the Convocation Center. Kind of looks a little different not to have the Duke Dog in the middle of the floor, but instead the opposite corner, big Duke Dog heads. Seminoff gets it down low. Bessick, little too strong. Rebound, Bruinsma, who averages 7.7 boards per game. Ball taken away, given up to Seminoff. Seminoff on the break, loses the handle. Ball gets loose, and Seminoff turns it over back to Detroit. Williams will drive, up and under the move. Off the iron, no good. The Dukes come back again. Will Curry slow it down, or will he push the issue? He does to Cook. Cook layup, no good. And the rebound coming back the other way. The track meet, back and forth here. Howard, Keyhole drops it over, and an easy layup there for Williams.
Good backdoor cut by Williams. I saw him out of the corner of my eye, and I don't think the Dukes saw him at all. He was just working the baseline. Good wide open find.
Curry, the Dukes up 9-5. Got a little sloppy there for a moment. Charles Cook, turnaround jumper, soft touch, good.
Charles Cook had a good weekend this weekend too. Had 15 points in the win over San Jose State on Sunday.
Averaging about 12 points a game is Charles Cook. The bounce pass again goes in. The ball contested again, knocked away by Curry. out of bounds, and that brings us to our first media timeout this evening. The Dukes off to a good start against the visitors from Detroit, Michigan, the Titans. JMU 11, Detroit 5. Back with more as you're watching JMU men's basketball tonight on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Dukes with the early lead, 11-5 over the Titans of Detroit. Other games being played by CAA teams tonight. Hofstra is at Richmond. They're tied at 6-6 at the first media timeout there. Delaware facing the Black Knights of Army. That is up at West Point. Never been to West Point. I'd like, maybe I'll talk to Coach Brady and see if we can get a game scheduled up there. Would like to visit the U.S. Military Academy. And Drexel tonight in the NIT tip-off. They're facing either Rutgers or Canisius in that second round game.
The Dukes missed 3 field goals in that first period, from 20 to 15:36 left on the clock. But one good positive, though, a very aggressive defense, and we've seen a lot of ball movement for the Dukes. They keep doing that, they're going to keep finding more open looks.
Detroit with the inbounds as we resume play. Now on the floor now is Anton Wilson, a 6'5 sophomore from Flint, Michigan. And the shot clock down to 9. Ball tapped up by Bessick into the hands of Yohani Dallenberg. Checked in for the Dukes, as did Jackson Kent. And here's the follow-up and in by Tom Vodanovich.
Vodanovich, he's going to be a very key player for the Dukes down the line. He's a big guy. He likes to use that body, as you saw there. Drew the contact and went strong to the basket.
Vodanovich out of New Zealand, shooting just 2 for 3 at the free throw line thus far this season. And Dukes step in the lane. They're going to say that the violation was against Detroit, so we'll get a chance to shoot it again. Vodanovich. Also in for the Dukes, Jackson Kent, a freshman out of High Point Christian High School, High Point, North Carolina. Dukes will play down there in his hometown next month. As Vodanovich will try to complete the second three-point play by the Dukes tonight. Curry with the earlier one, misses the second opportunity as well. Bruinsma comes away with it. So Dallenberg also for the Dukes, originally from Haiti. Left side, it's Howard. Howard with the ball fake. Now the skip pass. Dukes close the gap pretty quickly. Also out there for the Dukes, Ivan Lukic. And the rebound comes down to Kent. Jackson, more of a point guard and a big one at that with his height. Dallenberg. And he'll get fouled trying to drive in, it looks like. And the foul will go against Anton Wilson. His first, team foul number 5. If you put a hand on a driving player, it's going to result in a foul this year with the new enforcement. It has been the rule. They're just emphasizing it much more this year. Three-pointer from the corner. Cook, nothing but air on the opposite side. The rebound coming down. Juwan Howard Jr. Perimeter movement. Wilson. Around it goes. Matthew Grant is also checked in for the Detroit Titans. And here comes a three-point opportunity for the Titans.
Jawan Howard did a good job utilizing the pump fake here. Watch when he draws in. D'Alembert made the mistake of jumping, getting his feet off the ground. And, of course, every time you're going to jump right into that defender and get the foul.
D'Alembert at 6'8", a 225-pound freshman, again out of Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Went to Lower Merion, actually moved into Philadelphia. He and his sister, as his stepbrother, plays for the Dallas Mavericks, and decided to bring them in to the United States after that terrible earthquake several years ago. So Yohani now a member of the Dukes.
Well, he actually grew up playing soccer and didn't pick up a basketball until 2010.
Shot clock to 10. Here's the first shot by Jackson Kent. It's off the iron. Rebound comes down to Jermaine Lippert, a 6'8" senior from Munich, Germany. Well, the Dukes go around the globe. Detroit's found an international player as well. Off the back of the iron. Nice follow-up by Howard, and he's going to get fouled again by D'Alembert. Oh, check that. They're going to call this foul on Jackson Kent. I see, there it is, although I think you could have taken your pick on the two. So Howard to the free throw line.
Dukes just have to get position on that rebound and not allow Howard that easy chance at the rebound and allow him to go back straight up with the ball.
Howard with 5, and the Dukes with the three-point lead. Taylor Bessick trying the left-handed shot, and it comes up a bit short. He did score a couple of left-handed buckets in his 19-point performance when he went 8 for 10 from the floor on Sunday. That in the win over the club from San Jose State. Three-pointer, that's good. Matthew Grant with his 4th three-pointer of the season.
We mentioned it earlier, Kurt. They like to use that 3-2 zone. Well, the Dukes are doing that in Detroit. They like to work that high post. You've seen them work it all day, and it's allowing them to get some backdoor cuts in and outs, just like JMU just did there.
Lukic with a three-pointer. That's his first as a Duke, and that's what the Duke signed him up to play, is for his three-point accuracy. He is now 1 for 7 on the season. He did not shoot the ball particularly well the first 4 games. Maybe being on the home court will help to get the Serbian on track. Down inside, here's a baseline shot. It's going to be short. Rebound, Vodanovic didn't have to work too hard for that one. Down it goes. Here's Lukic running the floor, and he lays it in on the assist from Curry.
That big man got down the floor, went straight to the box, just waited for the ball to get to him. It was almost a tad bit too late. He got down the floor so quick, but still managed to handle the pass and go up strong for 2.
It's a 30-second timeout called by the Detroit Titans as the Dukes, with the 5-0 burst, go back out in front. They led by as many as 8 as they were up 13-5 with 15-13 to go. Had a chance actually to stretch it to 9, but missing a free throw did Vodanovic. So the 30-second timeout called by the visitors from Detroit. Dukes after tonight's game, well, guess what? They go back on the road. And it's back out to the Midwest, and we certainly very happy that the Dukes made it back with all the devastating natural disaster weather out with the tornadoes on Sunday in particular. But we're glad certainly they got back. I know Mike Schickman tweeted out that he was at home at 4:43 Monday morning.
It's a long night.
It was. The Dukes did not practice as a team yesterday. They did watch film, but they need a little bit of time to recuperate. Anton Wilson comes out to Bruinsma. Dukes cut it off nicely again.
Good defense right in front of us by Lukic.
Shot clock is down to 12. Grant. Bruinsma. Skip pass near side. Grant finds an open spot. And his shot a little long. Rebound will track down by the Dukes, and it will be a shot clock violation before anything else. So good defense for the Dukes of James Madison University. A media timeout on the floor here at the JMU Convocation Center. And as we told you, well, Jackson Kent, one of the many new Dukes in 2013-14. And our own Tanisha Watkins has more on one of the newcomers of Madison. Hello, Tanisha.
Hey, Kurt. Jackson Kent is a true freshman from High Point, North Carolina. He made his college debut in the season opener against UVA, scoring 4 points. In the game against Milwaukee, he scored 12 points and had 4 rebounds. In his senior year of high school, he had an average of 11.6 points per game, 4.9 rebounds, 3.7 assists, and 1.6 steals. He also helped lead his team to a 25-7 record and a number 5 ranking in the state of North Carolina. From Madison HD Sportsnet, I'm Tanisha Watkins. Back to our courtside commentators.
All right, thank you very much, Tanisha. He is also coached by his father, so he definitely has some basketball intellect that he brings to this program. And in fact, I think when the Dukes went out and recruited this freshman class, they got a lot of basketball intellect. A couple of other notes from the CAA tonight. Well, first of all, Jarrell Benneman from Towson is the CAA Player of the Week. I watched them play Temple last week, got a really nice win against the Owls. They played very well down the stretch to win that game. Played like a good team plays at home, as he had a career-high 32 points, grabbed 10 rebounds. He had 21 points, 14 boards, and 6 assists, and an easy win over Morgan State. And had 11 points in a loss at Villanova, as Towson 3-1 going into action this week. Back to action we go. The Dukes have scored the last 5 to take the 18-13 lead. Curry will drive, gets it on the rim. Ball knocked away out of Bruinsma, hand by Curry, but collected on the far side by Brundage. Here's the pass, skipped over to Bruinsma. Back over to Wilson. Down inside, Bruinsma takes the little screen there, gets bumped by Bessick, no foul. Weak side rebound, up and in it goes as Njoku with the bucket, and it's 18-15. Semenoff isolated on the right wing. Draws a double team, gets it to Bessick. Bessick can't handle the nice pass.
It was a very good dish, and like you said, drew the double team. That left Bessick wide open back door. That's the beauty about having so many bigs, is when they get into that paint, they draw so much defensive attention. It allows your other bigs to slip in back door and get easy layups.
Charles Cook returns back to the floor for the Dukes. Carlton Brundage brings it up. Here on the left wing, Wilson passes inside. And ball ripped away by Ron Curry. Curry stops in the keyhole, leaves it for Semenoff, and the 3 off the back of the iron. Battle for the loose ball. Last touched by Taylor Bessick. He was in a battle with Owenu.
I believe he may have got away with a bit of a foul, a body bump there. Maybe that's why they gave the ball to Detroit. It's tight either way you look at it.
Dukes have been out rebounded by Detroit, 10-6. Wilson trying to work his way down the baseline, comes out to Semenoff. And a 30-second timeout called by the Dukes before Semenoff rolls on the inline.
And again, the Dukes, they have to stop that entry pass that Detroit is just getting at the elbow every time down the floor. And it just because it pulls the JMU defense in, and then Detroit's finding who they want on the wings, and that's been their go-to so far. Everything runs through that high post and elbow position for Detroit.
And most of it is on our side of the court. It's most of the penetrations coming here on this left wing. And the Dukes do call the timeout. At 1, they keep the possession, and 2, it gives Coach Brady maybe a chance to figure out what the Dukes need to do defensively to slow up those entry passes, as you mentioned, Houston.
And you have to use at least one timeout in the first half, so it's not a killer. So if you don't use it, you lose it.
Well, I would imagine in many games, particularly in non-conference games, as young as this team is, I mean, the old man Seminoff there is inbounds at the 6-year senior, but other than that, you got a bunch of sophomores and freshmen out there, so Coach Brady's going to use the opportunity as a teaching opportunity in many cases. Taylor Bessick with a tough pass to Ron Curry. Shot clock at 12. Curry penetrates, loses the handle. Ball on the floor. Curry all over the place. And it results in a turnover. For the Dukes, that is their third. Detroit's turned it over 7 times.
Yeah, the 3-2 zone that JMU is running very orchestrated around that three-point arc.
Well, you saw it to the elbow again. Brunsma goes up, and too strong, comes out to Curry.
But again, another open look at that high post.
Seminoff spins in the paint. Nothing doing there. Lukic tries to get it down to the low post to Taylor Bessick, and he draws some contact. He'll have a chance to shoot a couple of fouls.
And with the new rules in NCAA, you either got to put your head down if you're a guard and drive straight to the hole, or if you're a big man, or if you're JMU and second tallest team in the country, get it to your big man down low and pound it inside, because they touch you, it's a foul.
Taylor Bessick 1 for 2 at the free throw line for his points thus far tonight, and he hits that one. Tom Vodanovich will check back in for the Dukes. A couple of other scores. Hofstra leading Richmond 14-9. Dukes will play at Richmond this Saturday after Thanksgiving. That'll be a 6 o'clock start. 9:04 remains in that game. In and out for Bessick. And Delaware leading at Army. 8:16 to go in the first half. 23-15 is that score. Long range tray is good by Brundage. He's got 2 triples tonight and for this season.
And when Brundage shoots his threes, they've been deep, and it looks like he's not set. He doesn't hardly jump, just kind of throws it up.
Lukic with a block, and he'll go for the field goal, and he'll get a chance to do the and one.
Job of Lukic to get to the hole and start putting the ball in the basket. He didn't score his first points until this past weekend.
Njoku called for the foul. That'll be his second. And that will force him to go to the bench, and coming out will be Lippert. Lukic at the line. He's got 7 and 8. (22-18). Dukes up by 4, led by as many as 8 in the first half. Here's Williams. Dukes changed this formation just a bit. Looked more like a 1-2-2 when they came out defensively. And they left a man alone, but Curry, who's the foul on? Let's see, it's either Curry or Cook.
I believe it's going to go against Curry.
Well, split the number there. How about 2? Curry with the foul. That'll be his first. Team foul number 4. And Lippert at the foul line to shoot 2. He's only been there twice this season, 1 for 2 thus far.
2 for 3 now.
And that's his first point of the night, drawing Detroit to within 22-19. And the German drops in a second. Whoops, hey Curry, here's the ball at you.
Good quick reaction by Curry.
Curry quickly into the paint, and he's going to draw contact.
And again, just put your head down and drive to the basket. I'm sure that's the message Brady was telling Curry. That's what he's starting to do. And if he starts to do that more, teams will see that on tape and try and cut that down, and that'll open up the outside.
Bruinsma will get the foul. As they do a little cleaning of the basketball. And a couple of free throws for Ron Curry. Curry 18 for 24 at the stripe thus far this season. Check that. Actually, make that at the moment 19 for 26, as he is 1 for 2 today. 1 for 2 today. Yep. As he completed that three-point play early. We got a whistle. Hang on. Got a foul called against Vodanovich. So Curry misses a couple of free throws. The Dukes 4 for 9, only 44% from the stripe. And the way the game's going to be played this year, free throw shooting probably becomes one of your most productive ways of getting points.
Look at North Carolina and the upset they had against Belmont. They missed 26 free throws.
At least the opportunity. You've got the opportunity with the clock stopped and the ball at the line. No defense, but they are slipping through is Carlton Brundage, as he's got 8. That's his first 2-point field goal. And hey, we're tied at 22 all. Charles Cook, Andre Semenoff in the man. Detroit now running. Semenoff over the top. It goes to Taylor. Bessick can't buy a bucket here. He's getting the ball right in the paint, just not finishing.
He's had some great passes, too. Just like you said, cannot finish. He's got a lid on the basket for now.
Got him over the top, down in low. He's sealed off down below the block. Curry comes out to contest this time. And Brundage will draw some contact with Taylor Bessick. Bessick picking up the foul. That'll be his first. And brings us to immediate timeout. 6:57 to go in the first half. We're tied at 22 all. Back with more as you're watching JMU men's basketball on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
JMU Alumni Association chapters are stepping up to the line this year in a big way by competing against each other in the JMU Alumni Chapter Challenge. Donations to JMU count toward the participation of your regional alumni chapter, and of course, all gifts are an investment in Madison's future. Make a gift today to JMU at jmu.edu/give and learn more about the Chapter Challenge at jmu.edu/alumni. 22-22 our score. And Detroit with a chance to take the lead.
Both teams shooting 47.1%. Both teams identical, 8 for 17 from the field.
Titans have not had the upper hand today until now.
And now they go 4 of 5 from the foul line. The Dukes are only 4 of 9.
Brundage with 9 points. Flips it up, rattles around, and Seminoff pulls down the rebound. Charles Cook didn't realize the pass was coming his way, but Williams bumps him for his second personal foul. And that'll send Cook to the free throw line, 1 in the bonus. And reporting back in, Matthew Grant.
And again, that's how these games are going to be played. It's going to be getting to the bonus a lot quicker.
Cook at the free throw line thus far this season. 83%. Dukes miss another on the front end. And that's a foul on Bessick as he was out of control. That'll be the second on Taylor. And that puts the Titans in the bonus. And here comes Brundage once again. In his first season with the Titans after transferring from Michigan, where he appeared in 15 games off the bench. He had a career-high 3 points. That was against Alabama A&M. And Paulius Shotkus in the lineup now for JMU, number 12. Charles Cook with it now. Curry and Kent back out on the front. Shotkus. Curry says, clear out. We're going to go one-on-one here. There he goes. Kicks it out. Shotkus with the shot. A little flat off the iron. Rebound comes wide. The opposite side to Juwan Howard.
Kind of looked like Andre Nation's shot a lot last year before he got worked with Coach Brady. Very flat, no arc in the shot at all. Made it tough for Shotkus to even make that.
Seminoff with the foul. His first, team foul number 8. Yeah, Shotkus, a freshman, 6'8", 215 pounds from Lithuania. And that's over the back. Bruinsma.
I believe Taylor Mickleberry was telling us about how they gave a laptop to Shotkus to do some paperwork on it. He changed it to Lithuanian. They were wondering where that came from.
They were doing Google searches in Lithuanian.
I'm sure that was very tough to read. I'm not sure if we have a Lithuanian on campus as a class.
Andrei Seminoff will shoot 2 now. Seminoff was telling me about his trip to the Northern Illinois campus, and he said, it's like going to Russia in the wintertime. It wasn't a lot of fun, he said.
I'm sure it's not after being used to Harrisonburg and JMU.
Seminoff has 6, and the Russian misses. Duke still not a good night so far at the free throw line. We are tied, though, at 23 all, despite that fact that the Dukes have not shot well at the stripe. Lippert on the right side. Long range 3 again, and another one drained by Brundage. He's got a dozen points.
And that was his sweet spot, just outside of the Duke dog before the JMU logo.
Driving in is Curry, Cook rather, and he's going to get fouled.
Cook was a bit out of control. I'm surprised the referees gave him the benefit of the doubt. Looked like he was about to lose the basketball on his own. You can see here he just starts to lose his balance. Maybe that's what Coach McCallum was a little upset about.
Curry back to the Cook rather to the free throw line, and that's how you do it.
Cook from Trenton, New Jersey, and New Jersey is actually the only state represented on the JMU roster more than once. Ron Curry also from New Jersey.
And 2 for 2. Dukes trail by 1, 26-25. Howard tries to go over the top. Comes back out. Here's Curry. He'll have to slow down. He's got 3 red jerseys in front of him. Cook comes to help. Here's Seminoff on the kick out. 3-pointer good.
Good job of Curry to look at his surrounding, figure out where his teammates were. He saw Cook trailing, hit Cook, and then even better vision to find Seminoff.
Dukes back out in front. The drive and driving into contact. Lukic picks up the personal foul. His first, team foul number 9, so 1 foul away are the Dukes, and both teams will be in the double bonus. And Brundage with 13. Make that 14 for the redshirt sophomore. Curry will drive, gets cut off, needs some help. Shotkus comes out to give him a hand. Back to Curry. Detroit again in the man. Cook drives, gets some contact, rebound, ripped down. Owenu came away with the board for Detroit. We're tied at 28. Approaching the 4-minute mark here in the first half. And a kick stops the clock with 4 minutes flat.
We haven't seen too much of the high post lately because Detroit's been settling for outside shots, but that was Juwan Howard working the middle.
Howard looking to inbound. Howard on the block tries to spin against Seminoff. Tries to go up against Andre. Andre defends. Ball lost by Curry. Curry knocks it away, and it goes out to Cook. Cook tries to drive. He'll lose the handle. And we get a jump ball, and the possession arrow favors Detroit. That also brings us to a media timeout. 3:42 to play in the opening half. Opening night at home for the Dukes of James Madison. 2-2 are the Dukes against the 2-1 Detroit Titans. The JMU volleyball Dukes have wrapped up the regular season, but they're not done. Let's go back to Tanisha Watkins. Tanisha?
That's right, Kurt. Volleyball team has won 4 out of their last 5 home games, making them the number 4 seed in the CAA and earning them a spot in this weekend's tournament. The team is currently 15-8 and will go on to play Hofstra in the quarterfinals on Friday at 4 p.m. at the College of Charleston. The winner of this game will then advance to playing either William & Mary or UNCW. Good luck this weekend, ladies. I'm Tanisha Watkins. Back to our courtside commentators.
All right, thank you very much, Tanisha.
Well, I believe our fans back home could tell how loud it was here, Kurt.
Yeah, it got, of course, the pep band always adds a little juice to the atmosphere. Got a nice group of students here today to also add to the environment.
And it doesn't help that Tanisha's right there with all the students as well, so that adds a lot more to the noise because they want their pizza.
You know, it's interesting. The Dukes played up at Northern Illinois. When they faced the home team Friday night, the attendance listed at 1,113. Against Milwaukee, 753, and against San Jose State, 474 Sunday afternoon. So they did not play in front of very large crowds. They played in front of 11,000 934 over at the John Paul Jones Arena on November the 8th. And Mike Schickman was talking with folks there, and Mike asked them, well, what kind of attendance do you get for your football games? They said, oh, we get 15,000. He said, excuse me?
That's
15,000? And you're nationally ranked?
Yeah, let's say they're in the top 25. They went to the Orange Bowl last year. They lost to Florida State, but
so then he tells him, he says, well, we average, right now we're about 22,000 this year. He goes, I thought you were FCS. We are.
Wow.
So, here's Wilson from the corner. It's a long rebound, comes out to Lukic. Duke's led by as many as 8. That was early in the contest. A little better free throw shooting, and they probably would have a little bit of a cushion right now, but instead we're all squared at 28 apiece. Shotkus uses the dribble, gives it up to Charles. Kicks it out, Lukic. That shot's going to be way short. Rebound comes down again. To'o and New, and off to the left wing. Brundage, a deep three. That's going to be off the iron. Tapped up and then tapped out. Tracked down. Wilson for Detroit. They'll reload, will the Titans.
That was a heat check from the J in center court.
Duke's still maintaining the zone.
But again, you can see it in the up top game right there where the crayon is. They leave that space wide open in the middle of the zone.
There's a long rebound. And Siminoff knocks it off the Detroit player. And he lands in the lap of a couple of JMU students.
Of all the people that land on, I believe he hit the smallest girl over there.
Yeah, Princess Kate over there. She will be thrilled to know that I called her Princess Kate here on Madison. They got a hand check out front.
Oh, there she is.
Yep, that's Princess Kate.
I like her, Virginia.
You like that? Yep. 2 shots at the opposite end for Ron Curry. And it rolls in and out.
That was in and out.
Duke 7 for 15 at the stripe. 47%. The Titans are 6 for 10. That's in and out. My goodness.
It's a lid over there on the basket.
And the ball taken away by Cook. And he's going to feed it to Charles, and he'll slam it down.
Good quick hands by Curry there to grab the ball. I mean, he's been very aggressive defensively. That's one thing Coach Brady has to be pleased with this team here in the first half.
And we get a foul out front. Duke's almost broke away for another fast break.
Cook and Curry were both looking for the transition basket. Which we haven't seen very many fast break points tonight besides that dunk.
Nope, that would be it, actually. Officially, they have just come up with, actually it's not showing up as an official stat. And Brundage with the free throw, he's got 15.
So I know Coach Brady said he wants to get out and run in transition a lot more this year because he has the athletes to do so. Tall, long, athletic basketball players.
That's going to run off the iron, and Shotkus comes up with it for James Madison. Off to Jackson Kent. Kent has the ball taken away. Grant with it, and he'll foul him going up.
Smart foul by Jackson Kent. Don't give him the easy layup. Make him go to the foul line and earn him. But he was just getting harassed very quickly by Matthew Grant.
For Jackson, I think it's just going to be a matter of understanding and getting into the speed of the game. That may be the case. Well, it is the case for any freshman, basically. at the free throw line. Shooting that one through is Matthew Grant.
Grant, he's from LA, Los Angeles, California. He just picked the pocket of Kent.
Westchester High School, 8.3 points, 2 rebounds per game. He's perfect, 11 for 11 from the free throw line. Make that 12 for 12 here in 2013. And Detroit recaptures the lead, 31-30. Kent with a crossover this time. He drives, gets traffic. Left-handed shot by Shotkus. Again, comes out a little too long. Ball taken away. Charles Cook, the thief this time, leaves it for Jackson Kent, and he can't hang on to it. Out of bounds. Good idea, just failed to execute.
You could see the tension just building over there on the sideline of the JMU Dukes. All the coaches could just, so close they could feel the points. There's some spurts in this game where both teams looked really great, and there's been spurts where both teams have looked really scrappy.
Wilson gets it inside. The back door again. Knocked away by Seminoff. Battle for the ball. Seminoff gets another piece of it. It's Howard's spin move, and he tosses it in.
He had about 3 Dukes on him when he did the spin move.
He's got 7. Detroit with a 33-30 lead as we're under 30 seconds to play. Lukic bumping and bruising with ONU. And Lukic will go to the free throw line.
It's been a very quiet half for Detroit. I feel like JMU's been pretty much the dominant team getting what they've wanted, but Detroit out in front. They kind of snuck back into this game.
That'll drop in for Lukic.
But that's the key there. The Dukes need to make their free throws in the second half. They're now 7 of 15. Excuse me, 8 of 15.
Lukic with the 9 points here in the first half. Again, the Dukes have received very balanced scoring this game 5. And Lukic hits another. He's got 10.
A stop here for the Dukes will do them wonders going into the halftime. Down 1, but also leaving with that positive momentum.
Well, 10 points for Lukic, doubles his career best. He had 5 against Northern Illinois on Friday night. There's the shot clock and game clock at the same. And that'll do it as the first half is expired. Detroit with a 33-32 lead over the Dukes of James Madison here at halftime. JMU out in front early with the 8-point spread as they had the 13-5 advantage. That with a 15-13 to go. Detroit eventually took the lead on a free throw by Brundage with 6:57 to go. It's been seesawing back and forth since that time. And the Dukes in the locker room here at halftime, trailing by 1, 33-32. And the big number as far as the Dukes are concerned, 9 of 18 at the free throw line. They've had some free opportunities, Houston.
They've had plenty of opportunities. They just have to capitalize on them. Not a bad half, especially defensively. Coach Brady's got to be very pleased with his defensive effort.
We are at halftime here at the JMU Convocation Center. Again, Kurt Dudley along with Houston Stutch. Tanisha Watkins also joins us here today. We do invite you to send us an email here this evening, and we'll get a chance maybe to give you a shout out. Let's see if our director up top, Jake Tomko, can put up on the board there the email address for mattazone@jmu.edu. Send it to that address, mattazone@jmu.edu. You can also tweet at JMU Sports as well. And we may give you a shout out here at late during our halftime on Mattazone HD Sportsnet. We'll be back with more of our halftime presented to you by the University Outpost. as we're going to take a quick break as you're watching JMU men's basketball tonight on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
All right, ladies, you have 60 seconds. On your mark, get set, go!
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
We got 30 seconds left.
Welcome back to the JMU Convocation Center. A couple of other scores to pass along to here at halftime. Hofstra leading Richmond 33-24. Delaware with a 38-30 lead at Army. And Drexel leading Rutgers 13-12. Just under 10 minutes to go in that second round NIT tip-off game. Well, the JMU football Dukes have played their final home game of the season this past Saturday. Did not come out well. The Dukes were 6-0 at home, but on Saturday it was the Stony Brook Seawolves that came up with the victory, 41-38. Prior to that game, Tracy Smith corralled a couple of the JMU seniors. There were 12 seniors on Saturday. And let's check in with Tracy as she talked to a couple of the JMU Gridiron Dukes. Tracy?
A lot has happened since senior Stephon Robertson and Quentin Hunter's first game at JMU in 2010.
It's just been fun for 4 or 5 years.
Both had big plays in the 21-16 victory over Virginia Tech, and since then, they've grown from being leaders not only on the field, but on the sidelines as well.
I think all 12 seniors have something different to bring to the table.
It makes you grow more as a person when you're one of the older players here.
Now you're the one has to be that leader, and you got other players looking up to you.
The Dukes will be saying goodbye to 12 seniors this year. This game will be their last time playing at Bridgeforth.
Being that some people won't be able to make our last game, and probably last time I get to play in front of some people that I'm close with, it's a pretty big deal. I'm hoping I don't cry.
They're saying goodbye to the team they call family.
I'm definitely blessed to go here.
No matter if it was practice, meetings, game days, anything that we did together, and we built a brotherhood.
And one final farewell to JMU Nation.
I just want to say I want to thank all the JMU community and the fans that have been here to every game. I just want to thank everybody for showing their support.
I love everybody, and it's been a great ride. Hopefully it's not over, and hopefully I'll see y'all soon.
For Matazone HD Sportsnet, I'm Tracy Smith.
Thank you very much there for Tracy Smith, also to Quentin Hunter and Stephon Robertson. Dukes will wrap up the season coming up this Saturday as they'll face the Towson University Tigers. You can watch that game on NBC Sports regional coverage, mostly on the East Coast. Well, a couple of years ago, the Dukes had a great diver in Suffern, New York's Nicole Giazzo, also was here with us on Matazone, of course. And then Kim Helfrich had a wonderful season a year ago. Well, Becky Benson just continues to bring in tremendous young divers. And Tanisha Watkins tells us about, she's caught up with a couple of the young divers here in 2013-14.
I was a gymnast for 10 years, and then I just got way too tall for the sport, so I decided to go for the next sport that had flipping in it. It's really exciting. I definitely think a lot of it is the coaching and the team that we have here and the program that we have here.
It's really cool to work with Taryn. She's obviously very, very good. It's cool to she pushes me, I push her.
There's 5 categories. There's fronts, backs, reverses, inwards, and twisters.
Coaching Taryn is really an awesome thing. She's a beautiful diver. She takes direction very well. She understands her body and where she is in the air.
I just want to have a really successful, good season, stay healthy, and finish out my 4 years here.
Once again, thanks to Tanisha, and thanks to the ladies there with the diving Dukes. Dukes this week will head to Atlanta at the end of the week to face the Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech. We're at halftime here. The JMU Dukes trailing the Detroit Titans 33-32 at intermission. We did have a number of emails come in here. First of all, Chris McGowan checking in from Arlington, Virginia. And Chris says, go Dukes. Also heard from one of our top fans from Battlezone. That's Ed Keems, who is looking for a shout-out from up in Connecticut, of course. And so, Ed, as always, thanks for joining us here. Alex wants to know, he thought, first of all, that Tom Bodanovich was going to be the most impactful freshman. But he's impressed tonight with Ivan Lukic. And he says, well, what's our opinion of this? And I think as you look at this freshman class, and the way that the team has played thus far, you're going to see some good balance of impact. One night it might be another, one player it may be another. I don't know if you're going to get consistency out of any one, but if you can get consistency out of the freshman class collectively, I think you're in a pretty good situation. But I do agree, Bodanovich will be key. I think Jackson Kent will come on eventually too and become a fan favorite here for the JMU Dukes. How about you, Houston, what you've seen thus far?
From what I've seen, like you said, it's going to be a different guy each and every night. Bodanovich, Ivan Lukic, Yohani Dallenberg, College Sports Madness, CAA Rookie of the Year. It's going to be a different guy every night, like you said. But, if we could get them all on the same page each and every night, like Curry and Cook towards the end of the year in that NCAA tournament run, you saw how those guys could be very dangerous.
Also a shout-out going to Charles Cook from Marisol, Freddie and Freddie Jr., as he says they continue to represent Trenton, New Jersey well. We love you. And that's coming, of course, from Trenton, New Jersey here this evening. You still have a chance to send us an email here tonight on Matazone HD Sportsnet. And my goodness, looky here. Hey, Kurt and Houston, we're watching tonight. Thanks again for the nice tour of JMU's media and room facility. See you in the MRDs in New York next week for the Macy's Day Parade. Go Dukes, Randall and Terry.
Oh,
you know those folks?
I guess I know those guys. Back home watching.
They're watching down in Martinsville. And we've got a viewer coming all the way from San Antonio, Texas, as our Roadrunner friend, Taylor Atkins. Of course, he's JMU Duke through and through. Said, good seeing us this weekend. Sorry we couldn't catch up more, but I understand he was seeing a lot of folks. In fact, the last time I saw Taylor was actually, I was coming into the stadium. He was over in P-Lot visiting with a lot of folks, of course. Continue to be amazed by the Matazone production. Very thankful to have Matazone to keep up with the Dukes when he and Mandy are 1,500 miles away. Hey, we're coming your way in a couple of weeks. The Dukes will be down in a tournament facing Sam Houston State and Stephen F. Austin in Nacogdoches, Texas. Never been there. Actually, when I first came to Madison in '88, the Dukes were playing in an NIT game in Nacogdoches and played Stephen F. Austin.
I've never even heard of that city before, Kurt.
Yep, Nacogdoches. I got to kind of a scouting report from Coach Matthews, as of course he's from Texas. And when we actually do his show, we usually, when you get on the microphone, most people go test 1, 2, test. Well, he starts listing Texas towns. That's his way of checking his mic levels. So we asked him just the other day, what can you tell us about Nacogdoches? He said, not much. So I'm sure we will find our form of entertainment. Mike Schickman and yours truly will be doing the games on Matazone Audio, that coming upcoming tournament. A couple of other emails have come in. What you got there, Houston?
A little Sam Houston State. It might still be football time down there if you need something to do.
Well, that's true. There's a good chance they may still be playing at that time. A couple of other emails have come in. If I can get the system to open up those emails for us. Looking forward to seeing the team in Richmond at UR in the Coliseum versus Hampton. And really like this team and their hustle. They all chip in offensively. Please practice the foul shooting. We agree. That's Kurt Hook, class of 76. And it's not like they don't practice foul shooting. It's just executing the foul shooting here tonight. And that may have something to do with 4 games in 5 days. Might have a little bit. Legs maybe gone a little bit, from that standpoint.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the outside shooting stays afloat in this second half. Like you said, those legs get tired. It's a lot tougher to hit those free throws and hit the three-pointers.
From Scott Brown, class of '89, and son Wyatt, we wish we lived closer so we could attend the game. Grateful for Matazone, and they live out in Urbana. Shuck a few oysters for us out there in Urbana. Well, thanks to everybody that wrote us here on Matazone. Dukes back out on the field, on the court. We're in the transition season, so I'm fielding it here today. How about a look at some of our key statistics there, Houston?
Leading the way offensively for the Dukes is Ivan Lukic. He's got 10 points. Andre Simonov has 9. Charles Cook has 6. Ron Curry has 3. Taylor Bessick has 2. And Tom Vodanovich has 2. The Dukes shot 10 of 23 in the first half. 3 of 7 behind the arc. They shot a 43.5 field goal percentage. At the foul line, 9 of 18 for 50%. The Dukes did have 13 boards, but all on the defensive end. No offensive rebounding for the Dukes compared to 5 for Detroit. 6 assists for the Dukes. Ron Curry already has 4. He already has 4 steals as well. The Dukes combined to have 7, and they have forced Detroit into 11 turnovers. The Dukes with only 6. For Detroit, leading the way offensively, Carlton Brundage. He's 3 of 4 from behind the arc. Jawan Howard Jr., who led the team offensively entering the night, 18 points per game. He's got 7 so far. Matthew Grant has 5. Njoku has 2. Gerard Williams has 2. And Jermaine Lippert has 2 as well. The Titans shot 10 of 25 from the field for 40%. Behind the arc, they went 4 of 12 for 33.3%. And at the foul line, 9 of 14 for 64%. Just a little bit better than the Dukes at the Charity Strike. Rebounding-wise, 5 offensive rebounds, 17 defensive for a total of 22. So they're out-rebounding the Dukes on both ends of the floor. They did commit 13 fouls in the first half. No one has more than 2 for either team. 5 assists for Detroit, leading the way. Jawan Howard, he's got 2. And again, they forced the Dukes into 6 turnovers, while Detroit has 11, and only 3 steals for Detroit.
I got some more contacts from some of the Matazone followers today through Twitter accounts. Carrie Elizabeth, who just moved down to Charlotte, North Carolina, says, "Ooh, I'm loving the new court. Go Dukes." Thanks for the Matazone game coverage. And Patrick America says, well, I just gave Nicole Jotso a shout-out on the air. She better be watching tonight. Well, we know that Patrick's watching, so a shout-out to you, Patrick. We'll see you at Towson, I'm sure. Sean O'Neill lives up in the Frederick area, Maryland. Court looks good. Matazone feed crystal clear. Let's go, Dukes. And let's see here. Shout-out right here in the arena from James Irwin. Can't watch the broadcast because he's at the convo. Of course, he could if he cranks up his iPad, but that may be a little tough in here at times. I do understand that. But they provided a few shout-outs to us here, and we may have just a couple more before we get started here in the second half. Of course, you don't have to just be a fan of the Dukes. If you're a fan of the Detroit Titans, you can also send us an email or hit us up here today.
Somebody has their smartphone out. Everybody knows we had the camera on it.
Let's see here. Looks like all the at JMU.edu stuff, or excuse me, at JMU Sports, I should say, at JMU Sports. Got a little bit of activity there, but nothing related to our production here tonight. As we're about set for the second half, the Dukes down 33-32. And back to the action here at the JMU Convocation Center. It's Curry and Cook, Bessick, Simonov, Vodanovich on the floor for the Dukes. Here's Tom from the left corner on the feed from Simonov. Rebound Bessick. Bessick strong on the board, out to Charles Cook.
Seminoff had the open shot, but he decided to make that one extra pass, something a lot of the Dukes are being very unselfish about the basketball.
Bodanovich, here's Seminoff with the second pass. Flat off the iron, rebound comes down opposite side to Howard. Howard quickly up the court to Brundage. And one thing that Coach Brady also has noted that a lot of times the open threes are coming on that second pass. In the corner, it is Howard. Dukes still in a zone. It's like a 1-2-2 now, possibly. At the elbow. Bruinsma will drive. Little too strong. Rebound tapped around. It's going to come out. Bruinsma again with it, and a foul by one of the Dukes. Looks like a holding call against Charles Cook. That is his first foul. Nobody in true foul trouble. We got a couple with two for Detroit. Bruinsma and Njoku. For the Dukes, it's Bessick, Taylor.
Looking at the up top view, looks like it might still be that 3-2, but also they have the wing that drops back in extra coverage on the baseline.
And from the baseline, that time a three-pointer taken by Howard. It's off the mark. Ahead it goes, Bodanovich, and the throw just a little bit off the mark. That may have been the difference between like a Bodanovich and a A.J. Davis.
Right.
Where do you put the ball on an alley-oop?
Trying to get the diaper dandy, as you could say, an alley.
That's an up and under move, and a foul coming out of the pack. That'll be against Howard, I believe. That'll be his first.
I'm sure if Dickie V was here, he'd look at the whole JMU roster and just say diaper dandy, diaper dandy, diaper dandy.
Yeah, he'd be giving us a coupon to go to Walmart.
To get some Huggies.
Get some Huggies, you got it. Maybe we should, maybe this is the year that we can get Front Row to go out and get some additional advertising with Gerber's baby food and some Johnson & Johnson.
I wonder how the team would feel about that.
I don't know. I'm sure they would take it in stride. Down low it goes. Bessick slams it in.
Bessick took that one in stride, Kurt. Slams it home. Good pass by Andre Seminoff. His vision looks like it's improved a lot. Able to find the open targets very well tonight.
That's the way to finish. After Bessick struggled to shoot the ball in the first half, he's 1 for 4, and those 3 that he missed were pretty close, and what you can do, we can do at the other end. Njoku with the bucket. He's got 4. Seminoff, three-pointer off the mark, comes out to Williams.
Seminoff likes that three-point out in transition. Secondary break.
It's a lot of fun when it goes. Really does please the crowd when you can hit one like that. Down and low it goes. Bruinsma scoops it up and in.
So now after giving up the high post, it looks like the Dukes have made an adjustment. They're playing a little bit closer to the foul line with that center, but that's been opening up the blocks on both sides.
Bruinsma with his first bucket. Floater by Curry off the right side of the iron. It's Howard with the board. Howard will bring it up on his own. Swings it left side, down into the corner. Bruinsma skips the pass to Williams. Good ball movement. Howard looking one-on-one. He gets in the paint, drops it down low. Now up and over, and Tom Bodanovich will get called for the foul.
But JMU is fronting the big men, so they're leaving that back door open. You can see Bessick playing fairly up high in the lane. That allows that easy pass, back door to the block for what would be an easy layup without the foul.
Bodanovich with his second personal. And off to the right, free throw by Njoku.
Well, Kurt, I've never seen that before, but the cheerleaders, instead of jumping up and down, they're laying on the ground and kicking and screaming.
They're very creative.
There they go again.
It's like a bunch of fish out of water. Second shot is good. Njoku with 5. Spin move for Seminoff. Up and under for the Russian.
Nice move by Andre Seminoff. May could have went strong with it and got the foul, but I like to get fancy with it.
Williams all alone out there will not take the three. Instead goes to the baseline. Penetration Howard. Nice elevation for Juwan Howard Jr. He has 9. That's half of his young season average. And Detroit out by 4. Charles Cook will drive, and he'll draw contact. He'll get a chance to shoot a couple here.
Back to the defensive side of things, the Dukes are just, again, they're giving up a lot of easy layups, shots close to the basket. Might need to fall into more of a 2-3 zone rather than have the 3-2, so then you can pack it in and try and make Detroit beat you from outside. We saw Brundage could hit it from out there, but besides that, nobody else has one except for Matthew Grant with 1-3.
Dukes, who were at 50% at the free throw line in the first half, get their first opportunity here in the second half, and Cook has 7 as he hits that free throw. Charles again, 6'6" sophomore, hits it. From Trenton, New Jersey, Trenton Catholic. He's approaching his season average of 12 points a game. Under 16 minutes to go in the second half. Dukes matching it up now. Looks like they have dropped more into a 2-3 set now, Houston. Ball on the floor. Cook. Shot clock is at 6. Here's the drive. Grant takes the off-balance shot and hits it from the baseline.
Good shot by Josh Grant. The defense was there for the Dukes. Just even better shot, better execution by Grant.
Curry to Cook. Backs it out, does Cookie. Bogdanovich picks up his dribble maybe a little too soon. He'll still need some help, and Curry will come out to reach him.
And again, Detroit running that man-to-man. Curry trying to spread the floor, run the motion offense.
Bounce pass down in low. Thrown back out. I'm not sure who's got that. Semenoff knocks it out of bounds. And timeout on the floor.
And I know that's not the way they practice it in practice. They like to jump and then you yell whoever's name it is so you can understand where the closest man is.
15:01 to go in the second half. Dukes down by 4, 42-38 to the visiting Detroit Titans. Back with more after this timeout. You're watching JMU men's basketball tonight here on Matazone HD Sportsnet. It's presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
One of the young fans here enjoying the first home game for the JMU men's basketball Dukes. JMU women's basketball Dukes back at home on Sunday. We'll have that game for you. The Dukes and Alcorn State. JMU at 3,500 in attendance on their opener in the win over Virginia. JMU alumni make a difference in their communities every day, and the JMU Alumni Association presents annual awards to honor Dukes for their contributions to the university and to society. You can learn about the JMU Alumni Awards and nominate an alum today at jmu.edu/alumni/awards. .42-38.
It's one thing that's changed about Andre Semenov. You notice in that shot coming out of the break. He's got a lot longer hair this season. Nice and slick back.
That's very true. He had it closely shorn last year to start the year. And alone, and that's going to be contact made on Gerard Williams by Seminoff. And that'll be a 3-shot foul for Gerard Williams. Semi picking up his 3rd foul. Nope, check that, that's his 2nd. Williams is at the line for the 3, and he's got 4 points. That one falls, fortunately. Detroit has opened up its largest lead at 5 points. Six points for Williams and a 7-point spread.
Dukes really have to come down and get some offense on this possession. Still in the ball game, just psychologically.
Matthew Grant called for that foul.
Bessick was the go-to on Sunday. The win over San Jose State had a career-high 19 points.
I thought Bessick was as deserving as anybody to make that all-tournament team, although Curry and Seminoff were named to the squad. Bessick celebrated a birthday yesterday. He's got 6. Out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is Taylor Bessick. The most improved of the returning Dukes. Not a big sample, but he certainly is the most improved.
If he could hit that midseason stride he had midway through the year last year and keep that the entire season, he'd be playing great.
Shot clock down to 10. Looking for a screen as Grant is going to get it. Bruinsma, turnaround shot off the iron, no good. Weak side rebound for Bessick. Here's Curry. Bessick streaked through, but Curry opted not to go to him. He reverses the field now. Lukic. Cook looking to try to get it down low to Seminoff. Backs it back out now. Here's Bessick. Curry, three-pointer. No good. Rebound fought for. Lukic with a hand on it. Bruinsma gets it out of the pack. Over to Grant. Coming down with it, it's Wilson. Williams, the three-pointer. Good.
Good idea. Decided to pull it out by Grant. He realized that Detroit did not have the numbers. Excuse me, that was Wilson.
We got a foul or a timeout?
Timeout.
Okay, timeout called by the Dukes. And this will be a team timeout, but it'll go the full length.
Again, the Dukes not out of the game, just down by 8 with 13 minutes to go. But again, I'm sure Coach Brady's setting up an offensive play to get Seminoff open because he is that leader of this team. Give him an opportunity to get some points in the basket, pick up the rest of the guys. Or even an isolation play for Curry and let him drive to the basket and go to the foul line. She need to get some points here on this possession, most certainly.
Detroit, a member of the Horizon League. Other teams you may be familiar with if you're from JMU land. Youngstown State, of course, a program the Dukes have faced in football. Milwaukee, team which the Dukes lost to on Saturday. Cleveland State, the Vikings. Valparaiso, Dukes will be facing Valpo coming up on Saturday. You have Green Bay, Wright State, University of Illinois, Chicago, and Oakland. Oakland in Michigan. Speaking of Valpo, the Dukes and the Valpo squad will get together coming up. The Crusaders, they'll play each other this Saturday, 3 o'clock in Valparaiso, Indiana. Now the coverage on Matazone will be audio only, but it will follow the football game as the Dukes traveling to face Towson to wrap up the 2013 season. That football broadcast will begin at 3 o'clock. Kickoff shortly after 3:30. That will be the audio being produced with Mike Schickman and Clint Estes. They'll be there to do that ball game for you. I'm going out with a team to Valparaiso, and so I'll be making the call on the JMU and Telos Wireless Sports Radio Network, which you can hear also after the football game. It's just one of these rare overlap occasions where we just can't bring you both games at the same time because of our distribution abilities. So we'll bring the basketball game to you after the football game. We get a foul on an elbow as Cook tries to turn the corner.
In that game at Valparaiso, that'll be a very good test for the Dukes. They have a really good atmosphere at Valparaiso. A lot of students pack it in there.
Lippert picks up the foul. That's his second. That'll reset the shot clock for the Dukes. Curry penetrates. Curry goes down. Somebody stepped on his ankle, I think. He's hobbling around a bit. Bessick battles for it. We get a foul called against talking about Valparaiso, Detroit.
He was trying to hobble enough to get out of the lane. And he's going straight to the end of the bench.
So Jackson Kent will check in for the Dukes. Keep an eye on.
He's in some serious pain.
Yeah, he is in some pain now. Inbounds comes all the way into the back court for Seminoff. Jackson Kent right off the bench takes the three and hits it.
Big shot for Jackson Kent. Like I said, the Dukes needed some points there, and a three, that's even better.
Well, both teams have had 8-point leads. The Dukes had theirs early. And that three cuts into the 8-point spread, and we get a traveling violation against Anton Wilson.
Wilson from Flint, Michigan. Just took an extra step. There you see the three by Jackson Kent, a High Point native.
For Kent, that is his sixth three-pointer as a Duke. The record, by the way, for a JMU player is 320 trays. So he's got a long way to go, but he gets there with that one.
And we've seen it in spurts. Freshmen step up, but now it's Kent's turn, and Charles Cook is loving it. Ryan Curry is out, hurt. Kent steps in, and he says, well, I'm going to put the team on my back. Hits a three, and then comes back and gets the and one opportunity here on a very nice-looking drive.
Foul was against Njoku. That's his third. I was talking about I was trying to set that up in the sense that the all-time three-point leader was inducted into the JMU Athletics Hall of Fame on Friday night, Kent Kaluko.
Has that Kent in his name?
That is correct. So the Dukes have gone on a 6-0 run to pull the lead from Detroit from 8 to 2. Ball is kicked by Kent. And timeout on the floor.
Well, while we have a minute, Kurt, this stat is not in the men's basketball notes, but the men's basketball team is 5-2 when me and you are working the broadcast together.
Ah, didn't know that. Did not know that. That's one you really had to dig up from somewhere, didn't you?
Yeah, I figured I'd pull it out tonight.
All right, let's go out to the women's basketball Dukes. We talked about them a little bit and a little bit more on the basketball Dukes. Hello, Tanisha.
Hey, Kurt. The women's basketball team is currently 2-0 this season, having wins over UVA and Liberty. The team is coming off of an extremely great season last year, and this season they're hoping to make a repeat appearance in the playoffs and hopefully walk away with the title. The Lady Dukes will travel to Richmond on Thursday and will be back here at the Combo Sunday to play Alcorn State. For Madison HD Sportsnet, I'm Tanisha Watkins. Back to you, Kurt and Houston.
All right, thank you very much, Tanisha. And we will have that game for you here on Madison HD Sportsnet. Oh, I forgot to tell you, John Simpson will be in town. So
right.
He's going to work that
yeah,
game.
He told me that.
Did he? Okay.
I saw him. He was in the JMU Duke Club
tailgate.
tailgate.
That's right. Yeah, he did show up. He did indeed show up. So John Simpson and I will have the women's game for you. Pregame will be at about 1:50 on Sunday afternoon. So Valpo one day, back here at the Convocation Center the next day. That's this upcoming weekend for yours truly.
That's a busy schedule.
But you got a busy one too. Let's talk about your schedule coming up. When do you leave for New York, New York?
Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. Okay.
So Tuesday morning.
And why are you going, pray tell?
The Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I'll get to carry the tuba around for quite a while, to say the least.
Tuba studs.
It's going to be a long day, and then we get Wednesday to do what we want and have practice, and then Thursday we have to be up, and we're leaving the hotel about 1:45. We practice from about 3 o'clock in the morning.
You have to be up. Will you even go to bed the night before?
I won't go to bed.
Hey, what's the point?
Adrenaline.
You're college kids. That's, you don't get up until 1:40 p.m. That's not true. That's not true.
I might get a little bit of a nap in after that 3 o'clock in the morning practice, but we'll see.
Shot clock down to 2. He doesn't see it. That's a violation.
Bet for JMU Nation you can watch on the NBC Sports Network. 9 o'clock is when the parade starts, and we do lead the parade. That's nice.
Well,
and then we play in Herald Square at 10 o'clock in front of Macy's.
And Jackson Kent tries to drive to the hole again and draws the contact. Well, while you are practicing, the Dukes will be getting in from Winthrop that night.
And that's when you'll be getting in.
That's when I'll be getting in. And so I'll make sure I set my alarm. I'm an early riser anyway, but I'll try to make sure we watch. And, of course, JMU fans will be watching the Dukes, the Marching Royal Dukes at the Macy Day Parade. Jackson Kent has come off the bench and given the Dukes a spark. 48. 47. He has scored 7 in a row on his own.
Jackson Kent really just trying to take over this ball game.
Well, I wonder if Alex right now says, well, wait a minute. Let's see. I liked Tom. I liked Yvonne. Now I like Jackson Kent. There's a overthrown ball. The Dukes will take over after the turnover.
Well, Kent, he's a hard worker. I came in here one day, and the men's team wasn't even practicing, but he was still here with Bill Phillips just working on that outside shot, 3 after 3 after 3, just trying to work and get better at that shot.
Kicking the ball out. Last touch. Lukic tries to track it down. They're going to say over and back on the Dukes.
From our angle, it looked like it might have been deflected by someone.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was a Detroit hand or not.
It was deflected, but I think Lukic may have actually touched it, trying to gain control of it before it got away from him. And since he was the last to touch, the backcourt violation. Dukes have missed a couple of opportunities to tie or take the lead. Howard draws the assignment. Vodanovich on him. Howard, long shot, no good. Rebound. It's Dallenberg. First time we've seen Yohani since the early going of today's ball game. Charles Cook looking for the screen from Dallenberg. He'll drive it all the way. And Vodanovich will get the rebound. Nearly picked off.
Cook is down hard. He's still on the ground behind the basket.
And I don't know if they called time. It looks like he may have got hit in the face.
Well, the shot was blocked from behind.
Was it Howard that blocked it? We'll see it here. No, that was actually Njoku who blocked it, and then his body goes into Cook. Excuse me. Yes, it was Cook. Getting my C's crossed up tonight, Curry and Cook.
It's been a lot of both of them.
Jackson Kent. 3-point try, Siminoff. Dallenberg, last to touch it. He showed some ups there.
Evan Bruins had really nice positioning on Dallenberg, but still, like you said, he showed his ups.
Again, his brother Samuel Dallenberg. Been around the NBA a bit, currently with the Mavs. 3-point try, left corner, flat, comes off, but rebound pulled in. Njoku. Back and down is Howard against Siminoff. Dallenberg comes out, and he's going to get kicked coming out of the pack. Njoku with the foul, I believe.
It's like both teams were in a minefield in the lane there. Just player after player just falling and hitting the deck. Detroit already 18 fouls in the half, so Dallenberg's going to go to the line for 1-1.
And the foul was against Njoku. That'll be his 4th.
Njoku has 5 points on the night.
So 1-1, so Owenu will come back in. He is yet to score tonight. Averages 6 points and 7 rebounds. Dallenberg misses. And the rebound, Bruinsma. A lot of aspects of the game James Madison's doing a nice job on, except they're at the free throw line. Three-pointer, that's good from the corner by Gerard Williams. He's got a dozen.
Gerard Williams, his fan club over there.
He is the second of the Titans to get into double figures.
His fan club is about all the Detroit fans that made the trip 3 hours north of Danville.
And what do we have here? A foul called against Williams. His 3rd. Team's 9th. And so Jackson Kent will go to the free throw line.
And there you see Gerard Williams' family from Danville, Virginia.
And you go down below Danville a little bit further and you make your way to High Point. And that's where
Jackson
Kent is from, as he has 8 points now.
About an hour south of where I'm from in Martinsville.
Jackson with 12 points against Milwaukee on Saturday. Adds another. Jackson's got 9. So that's his second highest output. He had 8 against San Jose, 8 against Northern Illinois, 4 in the debut against Virginia. Another three-pointer from the corner by Williams. And there's Ron Curry back out on the floor. That's good news for the Dukes after going out with the ankle.
Good news, he looks fine. He got up there and he got whistled for the over-the-back call.
That's his second personal, team foul number 4. Inbounds goes to Bruinsma. Swing it around. It's Williams. Williams stops it over to Grant. Dukes in the 2-3. Williams spins. Three-point try. And that one is good by Howard. That's his first tray. He becomes the 3rd Titan in double figures. He's got a dozen. It's a 54-49 lead. And a foul. Blocking foul. And this will go against Gerard Williams. That is 4 on him. With 8:20 yet to play.
Hate to say it, but with these new foul calls, like you said, coaches are going to be telling their players to really put the head down and drive to the basket, but you kind of look at it in a negative way, it might be a lot more injuries that way. We've seen a lot of players hit the deck very hard here tonight.
Vodanovic didn't get enough on that. You could see it leave his hand awkwardly. And now you can kind of get this press, this collective psychological pressing at the free throw line for the Dukes, who have struggled at the stripe here tonight. He got some arc on it that time. And so big number 13 has just his 3rd point. Dukes down by 4, 54-50. Dukes collapse that zone in a little bit. Wilson down low. Bruinsma looked like he traveled. And a 3-second violation is the call. Good defense by the Dukes. Timeout on the floor. The Dukes down by 4, 54-50. 7:57 to go. Back with more after this timeout. You're watching JMU men's basketball tonight on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Welcome back to the JMU Convocation Center. Well, Dukes fans, make sure your information is up to date to receive information on news, events, discounts, and services offered by JMU and the JMU Alumni Association. To update your information, go to jmu.edu/myinfo. If you're a JMU alum, there is no excuse that you cannot stay connected to your campus. Whether you're watching here on Matazone or, of course, on the internet, follow all the Twitter activity. No reason, even if you live in remote Martinsville, Virginia, you can still stay connected. A couple other scores for you here. Hofstra still leading Richmond 49-42. Under the 8-minute mark in that ball game. Delaware way out in front of Army now, 80-58. 5:55 to go there. And at the half, Drexel leading Rutgers. Bruiser Flint's team up 27-22. Get a foul out front by Grant.
We see a little bit of Jackson Kent's ball handling skills. Through the legs, couple spin moves, and again, just drawing the fouls, going to the line.
Well, Jackson Kent has been much of the offense here the last stretch.
Make him now 5 for 6 at the foul line tonight.
That's off the iron. And we get a foul called against Bruinsma.
So Vodanovich will go to the line. Vodanovich is 1 for 3 at the stripe.
I met Tom the night that the Dukes learned where they were going to be playing in the NCAA tournament. He was here during the selection show here at the Convocation Center. And he can't hit it. Dukes a little better here in the second half now. And the second one good. Vodanovich with 4 as he's 1 for 2 after Kent goes 2 for 2. The Dukes are shooting better at the free throw line this half. And that's a foul on Bessick.
So that'll be Bessick's third.
And the first bucket of the night for Patrick Owenu. And Owenu will get a chance to hit the three-point play. Bessick, as Houston said, with his third foul.
Foul situation for JMU not looking too bad. 5 team fouls in the half. 3 on Bessick, 3 on Vodanovich, 2 on Simonov, and Jackson Kent, and only 1 on Cook. It's the 5 on the court.
Cook to Simonov, looking to go in over the top. It goes to Bessick. Off Bessick's foot. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we may get a change on this. And it's going to go JMU's way.
And Bessick, he just hadn't had things roll his way this entire game. Been tough for him to control some very nice passes into the paint. Detroit's been giving him a lot of attention.
Simonov tries the 3. High rebound, skying for it. It's Owenu. Dukes still an uphill climb. Good swinging around, skipping the pass. Howard with the ball fake. Now steps up, takes the short pop. No good. Rebound Simonov.
Good, strong, muscular rebound by Semenov there.
Kent weaves his way through the bounce pass to Bessick, and he's going to draw contact. And that'll be foul number 4 on Matthew Grant. Bessick at the stripe. He's got 6 points.
Wow. He is the third Titan to have 4 fouls. Njoku and Williams also have 4.
And that one will tumble in for Bessick.
Got the friendly Convocation Center roll.
We got a timeout for
Curry,
Coach McCullum and the Titans. Yes, sir?
You were talking about it earlier in the game about halves, JMU playing away from the Convocation Center. When Northern Illinois, they were still playing in the Convocation Center.
That is true.
Just not the right one.
That's very true. It was indeed the Northern Illinois Convocation Center.
Just a bit farther from their dorms or off-campus living than their Convocation Center.
I am looking forward to the trip at Valpo, as my sister was actually born in Valparaiso, Indiana. And I lived there from not many people know this, but I lived in Indiana from the age of 3 to 6 in Gary, Indiana. You know who else is from Gary, Indiana, of course? The Jackson family, Michael Jackson and company.
Right.
We might have been in first grade together. I don't even know.
I'm surprised you're not, they didn't force a basketball down your throat at the age of 3 in Indiana.
Well, that's true.
The Hoosier State.
Well, I was not originally, of course, a born Virginian, but only stayed there 3 years. Lived about a mile off Lake Michigan. And a foul called against the Detroit Titans.
From all the games that I've watched on TV with Valparaiso at Valpo, they've had a very good turnout crowd-wise. The students really getting into that program, and it's kind of a mid-major program on the rise. Like to play a lot of top-notch schools.
Well, and if you're a basketball fan, you know them as Valpo. Mike Pryor and I were talking earlier today. If you're not a basketball fan, you wouldn't know what Valpo was.
Right.
You'd have to actually say Valparaiso.
I believe they won the Horizon League last year, went to the NCAA tournament and lost to Michigan State.
Semenov, 1 out of 2. Rebound for Vodanovich. He goes up strong, and he's going to get contact. He'll go back to the stripe. Owenu with his 3rd personal.
A free throw contest is what
we're going to see that a lot, I think, this year.
The new NCAA rules, it's 8:50. This game started at 7. If you're in a TV schedule, you schedule on a 2-hour block. They're going to start making it 3 hours.
I've done so for Matazone, in fact. As Vodanovich has 5 points now.
I was watching the North Carolina Belmont game, and it was just about 3 hours long. Carolina took 48 shots at the foul line.
And another by Vodanovich. He's got 6. The Dukes down by 1. Brundridge has been very quiet there this half. Looked like he wanted to take the 3. He's going to drive. Scoops up and under, over the glass, and off the glass it goes. Brundridge with his first bucket of the second half. He's got 17.
Got a good bounce off the glass on the finger roll.
Jackson Kent running the point. He's been out there quite a bit since Curry injured his ankle. Semenov wraps it around to Tyler Bessick, and falling all over him is Bruinsma.
The thing I've been most amazed with this game from Semenov is just his passing ability. He's been amazing the way he's been able to find the white shirts tonight, wherever they may be.
That'll be 5 fouls on Bruinsma, who will leave the game with just 2 points. He finished with 8 rebounds, which is a game high. Bessick at the line. He'll shoot a couple here. Dukes now 24 of 41 at the free throw line. 59%. And that'll drop even more. 24 of 42. Down to 57%. Down and low it goes. Laid up and in easily for ONU. He's got 5. That's his second field goal. Back out to a 5-point lead. Dukes have crept to within 1. Detroit building it back out. Down low. Bessick, turnaround shot, no good. Rebound, fought for. It's Curry. He puts it back up. Make that Cook.
Good, strong finish by Cook. Went up, got the rebound, didn't put the ball on the floor, went straight back up with it. Was able to get 2 with a nice little baby hook.
The alley-oop. Too strong. Rebound, Vodanovich. ONU.
I believe that alley-oop was meant for Michael Jordan as far away from the basket as it was.
Jackson Kent, I think he had designs, first of all, on Cook, who was in the corner. Kent, he'll drive, dishes it off at the feet of Seminoff, just a little too close to the feet.
I think that's one that Kent needs to keep in his own possession and go up strong to the basket, get the contact, go to the foul line where he's been very good at so far, and inch JMU that much closer to Detroit.
Duke's only lead was 2 minutes into the second half, 34-33. That's the last time the Dukes led in the ball game. That was on a Bessick bucket. They've been chasing the Titans ever since. Here's a three-point try, and that's going to rattle in. Brundage, he sets up. He's got 20.
Brundage again entering the night 0 for 8 from behind the arc. Now he's 4 for 6 tonight.
That's going to be a 2 by Cook. Rebound, Vodanovich. Jackson Kent will dribble it out.
Had the opportunity for the 3, but didn't.
Seminoff. Cookie goes in.
Again, another good job of Andre Seminoff just finding the open white shirts. Cook has been his go-to, and
timeout called. 2 timeouts remain for the Dukes, 3 for Detroit.
Cook now with 12 points. Jackson Kent 10. Andre Seminoff 12. Tom Vodanovich has 6. Taylor Bessick has 7. Again, no Dukes in really serious foul trouble. 3:30 left. Bessick and Vodanovich both have 2 to give. Seminoff and Kent have 3 to give. And Kent has 4 to give. Or excuse me, Cook has 4 to give.
Three and a half to go. Duke's down by 4. Detroit looking to pick up a second win against the Dukes. They won 2 years ago in Detroit in the bracket buster game. This is the return of that game. On the corner, three-pointer is good by Howard. He has 15. So 7-point lead. Cook will drive. He gets bumped by Williams.
And that's his 5th. He looked a little upset with it. But again, he did put an arm on Cook when he drove by him. And because of it, Cook tripped.
Yeah, it's gonna take, particularly returning players at the collegiate level. They're going to get frustrated because of this, because that type of play, maybe not particularly that one, but plays very similar to that in the past they got away with. You know, it was the type of defense they were playing. It was the type of physicality that you get some teams to play with.
See, in there, last year that's not a foul. He didn't do anything wrong, but once he got that elbow contact with Cook on the inside when Cook was trying to drive through, it's easily a foul call. Kind of sure what's going on, because when you foul out, you have about 15 seconds, a short 15-second timeout to make your adjustment. But this has kind of turned into a full timeout.
Yep, so with 2:55 to go, the Dukes down by the 67-60 mark. Coach Brady also last week was kind of giving his Matt Brady formula and thought that the Dukes would need to get to average about 66 points a game. He didn't care how you got to that 66, but he felt like that was going to be pretty necessary, that if you averaged around that, you'd be about a 500 club. Now, it's not to say that he's looking for this team to be 500. Certainly he'd like for it to be 650, 750 would be outstanding, I think, but considering the reality that you've got a young team, he knows that it's going to be a learning process.
It'll certainly be a learning process for the Dukes as they go forward, but the big thing they can take away from this game is, like you said earlier, they've played well in just about every aspect of the game. Just foul shooting really hurting the Dukes.
Yeah, here in the second half of the Dukes at the free throw line, 62.5%, 15 of 24. First half, 9 of 18. So for the game, 57.1. Kent is 5 for 7 at the line, so he's bolstered that number.
Bessic's been to the line the most. He's 5 for 10 for the Dukes.
Yeah, 1 for 5 for the field. Taylor's just not had a good shooting night. And for him to really say a good finishing night, because that's what he's going to have to do. Where he plays for the Dukes, he's not taking the mid-range jumpers. He's most of his stuff is right below the blocks. He's going to have to finish.
Yeah, certainly been high percentage shots. He's had a trouble handling those passes. A little too strong as well.
Cook gets this one over the front of the iron and gets it to tumble in. He's got 13. Second, and they're going to say Bogdanovich. Yep, got in there just a little too soon.
And I've never seen so many lane violations in one single game.
Cook, by the way, for the 4th time this season in double figures, and for the 11th time in his career. Two-possession game, travel violation against Matthew Grant.
It looked like he took an extra step or two right when he crossed the crown of Duke Dog. Just a quick shuffle of the feet.
Kent into the corner there, nearly trapped. Siminoff takes it up, a little too strong for Andre. I think he may have been expecting some contact, and that's different too.
Yeah, he was expecting contact, kind of shot away from it a little bit though.
I mean, the teams, because of the foul situation, will you get that type of contact as often now? You know, so that's another adjustment to the way the game's played. Fadeaway shot for Siminoff, good.
Very nice looking shot from Siminoff.
He's got 14. And that pulls the Dukes to within 67-63, 1:51 to go. And that's a lot of time yet, the way this current college game is being called, at least from the onset of this season.
Semenov never really got a chance to look at the basket until he was starting to fade away. As a coach, normally you don't want to see that shot, but if you can make it, go for it. Exactly what Semenov did there.
Semenov playing in his 108th game as a Duke here tonight, 48th start, and 40 times now in his career he's been in double figures. He's got 6 20-point games, the 125-point game. That was at UNCW. Seems like generations ago now. And much of that was in the second half on the road.
There you see Semenov, redshirt senior, 11 points per game, just over 5 rebounds, over 2 assists. NIU all-tournament team as well.
Crowd calling for defense here. Dukes need a stop, down by 2 possessions. Getting the screen. Brundage. Howard, he'll try the three-pointer. No good. A rebound out of the middle. Njoku, big board there for the Titans. And Cook will get called for the hand check.
And Dukes continue to get out-rebounded on the glass, defensively and offensively.
Second team foul, second foul against Cook, only this 4th or 6th team foul, that is. So the inbounds, Brundage.
Got to eliminate the 3-ball here. Don't let Brundage get any open space.
Nearly a travel. Njoku nearly picked up the pivot foot.
2-point basket here would still make it a 2-possession game, but a 3 puts
Howard
it out of reach.
Spins, shot is short, rebound Semenov. And he's going to get the ball in the hands of Jackson. Cookie spins, blocked, out of bounds. Shot clock at 28, game clock at 47. Dukes need 2 scores. Got plenty of time on the clock to get this one.
And if they do it quickly enough, they can get 2 for 1. Shot clock will stay on for Detroit, and then they're guaranteed to get the ball back as long as they play good defense.
Besic, Kent, Bogdanovic, Besic again. Taylor gets inside, kicks it back out. Bogdanovic had left the space. Backcourt violation. Now, I don't know if that was Besic not knowing where Bogdanovic was, or Bogdanovic was supposed to hang back in that area. That may be enough for Detroit to leave town with a win. Wilson will inbound. Nope, a 30-second timeout first. Well, everybody will be talking about the Duke's free throw shooting after tonight's ball game, even if they manage to pull it out. 25 of 43, leaving 18 possible points out there on the floor. Heck, you didn't even need to shoot that much better.
No, they did everything right. Again, just free throw line.
Dukes came into this weekend, tonight's game, shooting at 68% from the floor, from free throws. And the inbounds with 34.4 seconds to go. And an immediate foul. Dukes didn't have much of a choice.
They're calling that one on Semenov, so he's got 3 now.
1-1 for Matthew Grant. Still would be a 2-possession game, and it tumbles in for Grant.
Maybe just that hand movement by Vodanovich when he went up to get that rebound was enough to make it fall through. It didn't need much of a breeze.
It was just kind of hanging on the cup there, wasn't it? .30-second timeout call for the Dukes.
So still a 6-point game, but the Dukes have to come down and get a 3 quick. If you don't get an open 3 immediately, you just need to pound it inside and get 2 points quickly. You have to score quick. You're going to be looking for a 3, though, to begin with. Or even with 32 seconds left, you might just be looking to score immediately, whether it's a 2 or a 3. As long as you get some points on the board to live to at least the next dead ball where you're going to foul Detroit immediately.
Well, if the Dukes were shooting their average at 68%, they would actually be 29 of 43 at this point. And you're looking at being down 1 possession. That's just doing the math.
Yeah, I saw you over here whipping out the calculator.
Yeah, making sure I had it right. 3-pointer. That's good.
Good look by Charles Cook. Brunger just hung back, didn't really get in his face too much. Charles Cook just brought it right down the floor, knew exactly what he was going to do. Pulls up.
All right, so the Dukes down within a possession again.
Believe it or not, that was only Cook's second attempt at 3 this game, so now he's 1 for 2. First made 3.
6 for 17 on the season. And Cook with that 3-pointer. He's got 16. That leads the Dukes. Siminoff with 14. 10 for Jackson Kent. 10 for number 10, and 10 for Ivan Lukic. We haven't seen Ivan much this second half. As a 3-point shooting team, the Dukes 5 for 15, 58%, but by contrast, Detroit 9 for 23 at 39%.
I didn't even realize until looking at the stat sheet now, but we've seen Tom Rivard tonight. He came in for a minute worth of action.
Speaking of which, here he comes now. He must have snuck in there in the final minute, that first half, from Worcester, Massachusetts, Worcester Academy, 6'7", 205 pounds.
He does not have any fouls, so
one thing,
strategic move.
Yep. Plus another guy with size. Howard. And we get a foul called against Vodanovich.
And the foul is called from the referee in the far corner, not the one running the sideline with the guys.
Howard nearly ran out of real estate here right in front of us.
Now Rivard to go out.
Bessick will come back in as a rebounder. Howard at the stripe.
Rivard's taking a seat, but I'm sure he'll be coming back in.
Howard 1 for 2 at the free throw line. In and out, and it's into the hands of Bessick. 20 seconds to go. Cook. Blocking foul on Howard. I don't know if that's good or not.
If you're Detroit, that might have been your best bet to foul before they could get that 3 off. But again, you are extending the game, so later down the road it could be costly. But for now, it's not a bad move, especially the way the Dukes are shooting the foul shot.
Well, Charles Cook goes back to the stripe. 16 points tonight for Charles. 5 of 6 at the free throw line.
You can't make one here.
Wilson out. Back in. Owenu. Cook at the line. Gets that one to roll in. Charles with 17.
So it becomes a 2-point game with 15.6 seconds. Now you just got to hope the pressure gets to Detroit as well and that they miss their foul shots. But the Dukes are going to try and get that turnover first because there are 15 seconds left.
Howard gets it off. And the Dukes will foul him. Andre Semenoff. Foul number 4 for Andre. And Brundage goes back to the free throw line where tonight he is 4 of 8.
And Von Lukic is going to come in now for the Dukes.
3-point shooter for Jackson Kent. Well, actually, Rivard goes back out. So getting another 3-point shooter in there for Madison. Oh, that'll tumble in. Brundage with 21. And it was a 1-and-1 situation. Big shot here, Brundage. He makes it a 2-possession game. Cook, 3-pointer. Well off the mark. 3 seconds and a foul.
Cook just didn't get the look he wanted to. He pulled up a little early.
Lukic with the foul. His second. Shot is off the mark, but he gets another one. That also off the mark. 3-pointer by Semenoff will come up short. It wouldn't be enough unless he was fouled on the play to begin with. So Detroit takes the lead early in the second half. The Dukes had a lead with 18:09 to go. Detroit takes the lead and maintains it for the rest of the way and dispatches the Dukes 71-67 in the home opener for the defending CAA champions. 71-67 our final score. We'll be back with our post game, wrapping up today's ball game after this timeout, as you're watching JMU men's basketball here this evening on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Well, welcome back to the JMU Convocation Center tonight. A good student crowd was on hand as they came out in support of the JMU men's basketball Dukes. As the Dukes, though, come up shy today, 71-67, the final score. JMU had an 8-point lead early in the first half of play. They were up 13-5, and Detroit came back. They seesawed the lead back and forth late in the first half, but Detroit with the lead at the break. Dukes took the lead with 18:09 to go, but then with 17:49 remaining, Detroit recaptures the lead. They built as much as an 8-point spread And the Dukes pulled to within one on a number of occasions, but never tying the score again or taking the lead in the second half. The loss drops the Dukes to 2-3. And the Detroit Titans go to 3-1. And they beat the Dukes for the second time in 3 years in the Bracket Buster rematch here this evening. 71-67 is our final score. Taking a look at some of our final statistics. Dukes ended up shooting 40%, 18 of 45 from the field. And for Detroit, 22 of 51 for 43%. 3-point field goals, JMU 5 of 16, 31%. 9 of 23 for Detroit, 39%. Free throw shooting, the Dukes 26 of 45 for 58%. For the Titans, 18 of 27, 67%. Total rebounds, the Dukes with 31, Titans 37. 28 defensive boards for the Titans, 9 offensive, 23 defensive rebounds for the Dukes, and 8 on the offensive glass. Turnovers, JMU 12 to 16 for Detroit. Second chance points, JMU 10, Detroit 7. Off the bench, JMU with 20, and Detroit with 16. 2 blocks for Detroit, 1 for JMU. 3 steals for the Titans, 7 by the Dukes. 14 assists for Detroit, 9 for JMU. Lead changed hands 5 times, and 5 times the game was tied. Points and rebounds, your leaders tonight. First of all, for the Detroit Titans, Howard finishes with 15 points and 7 boards. Williams 11 points, matching his jersey number, and 2 rebounds. Howard, by the way, also finished with 4 assists. Njoku with 5 points and 7 rebounds. Brundage, 22 points on 6 of 9 from the field, 4 of 6 on 3-pointers, 6 of 10 at the free throw line, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Bruinsma, 2 points, 8 rebounds before he fouled out. Wilson did not score, did have 2 rebounds. ONU with 5 points and 5 boards. Grant, 9 points, 1 rebound. Lippert, 2 and 2. For the Dukes, JMU led by Charles Cook, who finished with 17 points on 5 of 12 shooting, 1 of 3 at the from 3-point range for Cook, and 6 of 8 at the free throw line. He finished with 2 rebounds. Curry, 3 points and 4 boards, 4 assists. Siminoff with 14 points and 6 rebounds. He also had 2 assists. Bogdanovich finished with 6 points, 4 of 7 at the free throw line. Bessick, 7 points. He was 5 for 10 at the stripe. Jackson Kent off the bench for 10 points. He was the reason the Dukes were right on the heels of the Titans midway through the second half. He was 5 of 7 at the free throw line. Shotkus did not score, did have 2 rebounds. Rivard played a couple of minutes, had no statistics. D'Alembert just took the 1 free throw. He had 3 rebounds. And Lukic with 10 points, 3 of 4 from the field, 1 of 1 on 3-pointers, and 3 free throws here tonight. Largest lead of the ball game, again, 8 for both teams. JMU 8 with 15-14 to go in the first half, and an 8-point lead with 13:22 to go for the Titans of Detroit. It all adds up to a 71-67 Detroit victory. Again, the Dukes 2-3 overall. Detroit, is now 2-2, not 3-1, but 2-2 rather, here after tonight's outcome. Houston, your thoughts on tonight's ball game?
Well, I'm looking at the box score, and you see Jackson Kent with 10 and Ivan Lukic at 10, but Ivan's all came in the first half, and Jackson's all came in the second half. If you could get those guys to put those performances together, like we mentioned earlier, the consistency from the freshmen, this team could be very dangerous. Of course, foul shooting, just got to continue to work on that. It's not going to change much from practice to the game, except there are more people in the gym, quite honestly. But they look good, very good ball movement. I'm really impressed with the defense of the Dukes. They played very aggressive from the start, and defensively, I thought they were really good. They did give up a few easy passes and a few easy buckets to Detroit, mainly in that high post, and then they weren't really paying attention to the backdoor cuts that Detroit like to use. So they're going to have to watch out for that. Teams are going to see that on film, and they're going to start to exploit that. So work on that 3-2 zone. Go back to trying 2-3 and see what can work with your wings playing a little high as well. But, again, great defensive effort, just free throws, free throws, free throws.
Free throws, they did get some open shots. I think they are pleased with the progression of that aspect of the game. But just unfortunately, the crowd that came in to cheer on this team with the banner unveiling just did not get the full cheer here tonight. Although the Dukes did play hard. I think if this team plays hard, the fans will appreciate it. As the team plays hard, the fans will certainly appreciate that, but they certainly want to get validated with some victories here this season as well. Coming up for the Dukes, they will head on the road. They'll play at Valparaiso. That'll be a Saturday afternoon game. It's actually a 3 o'clock tip-off out in Indiana, but that game will be heard after the conclusion of the JMU football regular season finale. And pregame coverage of that begins at 3 o'clock on Matazone HD Sportsnet audio only, and on the JMU and Telos Wireless Sports Radio Network. Mike Schickman and Clint Estes will have the call there from Johnny Unitas Stadium. I'll be out west with the basketball team, so I'll have the call for you from Valparaiso, and that broadcast will occur right at the conclusion of the postgame on Saturday.
To clarify some things, is it going to be a full broadcast, or are you going to just pick up with?
No, it'll be full because the basketball game begins before the football game.
All right, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
I was about to say we're not going to hear too much of the basketball.
No, you'll hear the basketball game. That's a good question. You'll hear it in its entirety. So what'll happen is you'll hear the typical pregame show for football that starts at 3 o'clock. They're going to kick off at about 3:36, 3:37. So Clint and Mike will be there, and then they'll have the postgame. So you'll hear from Coach Matthews after the ball game. They'll wrap things up, and then at the conclusion of that, you'll hear the end of the game, the JMU fight song, what have you, and about 5 seconds after that, you'll hear the fight song again, and that'll be the replay, the tape delay, if you would, of the basketball game. So, but that's a good question. That's the way it'll all. So you can basically sit by your computer or have your app on all afternoon long from probably about 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon till probably roughly, 3 to 7 till 9 o'clock maybe. So you can get all kinds of JMU stuff.
All right, sounds great.
Okay, sounds. And you'll be just kind of laying low, getting ready for Macy's.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is, of course, next week. All right, we got some folks we do want to thank here today, and let's wrap things up here. First of all, to Jeremiah Hargett of Detroit, the Sports Information Director for the Titans. JMU Men's Basketball SID Kevin Warner, and also Research Assistant Patrick Bowling. JMU Assistant Athletics Director for Athletics Communication, John Martin. Our executive producer today was John Salem. Director was Jake Tomko. Also want to thank the rest of the staff and the camera crew from Telemedia Productions. Autumn Morowitz sitting to my right, the floor director here at courtside of the Convocation Center. And tonight's game was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Telos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. Our next Matazone HD Sportsnet coverage is women's basketball. That is Sunday afternoon. The Dukes face the Braves of Alcorn State. And again, that's a 2 o'clock tip-off. We'll begin coverage with yours truly and John Simpson at about 1:50 on Sunday afternoon. For Houston Stutz and Tanisha Watkins, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, our final score, Detroit 71. JMU 67. Good evening from the JMU Convocation Center, as this has been a Matazone HD Sportsnet production presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. Good night, everyone.